Hello, weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is fish and chips, and it looks like Orca is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. It is time for our 8th TTRPG Tuesday. We'll be continuing with work on ProtoDrive. Today we are starting to work on the NPC section, but I'll be open to answer any questions you have about this game or TTRPGs in general. Plus, it's just nice to co-work sometimes, so feel free to join in with your own projects too. As always, I'll also be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as regular old conversations, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. Yeah, I really don't have much to report this week. Let's see. Oh, there is a new kind of desktop idle game that I might be adding to TTRPG streams soon, called Berserk Bits, I want to say it was. Let's see, yep, Berserk Bits. It's built on the legacy of Mega Man Battle Network, as well as Rusty's Garden? Rusty's Farm? Oh my goodness, I feel... Rusty's Retirement, that's the one. So it just kind of lives at the bottom of the screen. And I'm going to be trying it out, not today on stream, but I'll try it out after stream to see if I can essentially get the system to work and not crash itself out. But it's a fun little thing to have at the bottom there. But yeah, that's something to look forward to in the future. For now, let's go ahead and head on over to the work screen. Okay, let's see. Character progression is another thing. Racing, session pacing. Checks. I'm basically right this second just checking to make sure I haven't done anything silly or stupid. I still haven't fixed the oh, that's how they broke it up. I'm sorry, I still haven't fixed the tables to have thicker outsides than their inner lines. But right this second, I am looking at how they broke up the GM section in the Lancer rulebook. I don't know if I agree with it 100%, because basically, like, everything from running the game all the way down through course challenges is like that at the end of like character progression is where Lancer's version of the GM section does like a section break, and then their version of sit reps. Ours is course challenges, of course, is its own section. I guess that makes sense, because that's... Okay, so... everything up through here is running the game, and then this is about designing stuff. Yeah, that might actually make more sense than I think. Setting up a game. Nah, I think I'm just gonna keep it as like these section heads at heading 2. Let's see, course challenges is heading 2. So iterative world building is also heading 2. Okay, cool. So non-player characters should also... Yep, it's heading 2. Okay, cool. But then that would need to be heading 3. Okay. Okay, I see why they decided to break things up the way that they did. Okay, no, I think I'm going to leave it as it is right now. I'm not going to try and mess with the headings too terribly much. Okay, so... we end up just calling it the GM's Toolkit. Game Master's Guide. Oh, hello, Voldaris. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry I missed it when you posted initially. I've got another window that's kind of intruding on my view of the chat. How are you doing today? Doing okay, got back into Kinshi and it has annihilated all your free time. Fair enough, fair enough. After playing the Mechanicus, like the beginning of the first Mechanicus game on stream last Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago? Yeah, it was 2 Saturdays ago. That has eaten up a lot of my free time. So I missed the past couple streams, lost track of time. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, goodness gracious, where'd that go? Yeah, I've played through the demo for the second Mechanicus game, and it's overall a pretty great improvement. But there are a couple of little issues that I have. Mostly the fact that, like, I really enjoy the freedom of movement that the first Mechanicus game gives you, where you can kind of break up your movement, kind of move, shoot, move, or shoot, then move, instead of just the traditional move and then shoot, or you sacrifice your move by just shooting first. I don't like that they took that away. And there was one other thing. Oh, Evola, the, like one of the main tech priests that we see in the first Mechanicus game, looks a lot more organic in the demo for the second one, which is weird. Like, I would expect her to look more mechanical, since this is, like, time has moved on, you know? But, yeah, basically this is all just to say that, like, no, I get it, yeah, I get it. Let's see... Because managing these characters is perhaps the most complicated part of a GM's job. Rules in this section, in the next one. Help make things as smooth as possible. You never checked that one out, but you dig the soundtrack. Oh yeah, you should absolutely check it out. It goes on sale fairly often, and it is a really... it's my favorite 40k game they've ever made. Genuinely, it is my favorite 40k game they've ever made. It does a better job than, I would say, 90% of the rest of the representation of the Mechanicus at actually showing who and what they are and how diverse Mechanicus people actually can be. It's not all just, you know, like, oh, we all follow the Omnissiah. There's a lot of, like, you know, internal religious debate whether the Emperor himself counts as the Omnissiah, whether the Omnissiah was a different extant god. Then there are people who are very, you know, practical about it. It's the, no, this is just technology, and we are trying to technologically improve humanity. There's a lot of it. There's a lot to the Mechanicus, and it's something that a lot of people miss. But the game does an incredible job of actually showing it off. Let's see. Okay, so this section of the Game Master's Guide contains the rules for creating and using NPC drivers. One. Is the description of non-player characters and the building NPC section are technically two different sections. But it doesn't really make sense to me. But I don't want to bump that up to heading 1. I might bump this down to heading 3. So right now this is heading 4. Okay, what does heading 5 look like? Yeah, that's why you only tolerate the Mechanicus. I was a Blood Angels player for 20 years, and there's only in the Emperor. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. For the longest time, I've collected just a little bit of just about every army in the game, other than Space Marines. Like, I started off as a Tau player, then picked up the Harlequins when they were finally released because, you know, I have a background in theater, so of course I was going to pick up the Harlequins. Like, I had used the, like, 1991 beta codex for the Harlequins for a while, like, way back in the day, but then it never got an update, and so they were just kind of, like, in the void. Not to make a pun out of it, but from Harlequins, I then picked up Dark Eldar. A friend gave me their Craft World Eldar when they got it out of the game. Let's see, what did I do next? I think it was Mechanicus next. And then I've got Sisters of Battle. I have a full army's worth of Sisters of Battle. I think a full army's worth of Custodes as well. If only just because when Custodes were originally released, they were really tiny army. But I don't consider them Space Marines. Space Marines and Custodes are two different things, you know what I mean? Had Necrons in the past. I guess I haven't collected Orcs, but that's just because like there were so many Orc players in the area. I have a couple of squads of Imperium, or of I was going to call them the Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum, just because I thought the models looked cool, and so I wanted to use them as like NPCs in other like TTRPGs and stuff like that. And they're human soldiers, you know. That's easy enough to get by, and they are fantastic looking troop units, you know. Have I collected anything else? Votann, I have a few. Even though I wasn't playing by the time the Votann came out, I was like, okay, well, I got like these guys are great looking. I need to support them. I love the vibe that's coming out of them. Plus, again, they're just great looking models. You're just all Empire all the time, aside from the Guard, unless a Shadow Sword counts as an army. I mean, depending on what scale of game you're playing in, yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think that was everything that I've had. Who am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting a group. Oh, Tyranids! I've never had any Tyranids. Somehow. Probably, again, because, like, the group that I grew up around, there were, like, a lot of people were either Orc players or Tyranid players, and that wasn't what I wanted to do. Okay, you know what? Let's just go ahead and bump all of these down by one level. If it doesn't make sense to have the building NPCs be its own separate section. That's what they did in the original Lancer book, but I don't like that. I'm gonna make a change. Oh, actually, hang on. Did I put the Mechanicus soundtrack in this playlist? I know I own it. It's Jumplight Odyssey, Lamplighters League. I know I would have added it more recently if I did. Goodness gracious, there's a lot to the Dragon Quest XI soundtrack. And Animal Crossing's New Horizons soundtrack. The New Horizons soundtrack is 4 fucking soundtracks. The only thing that I've ever seen beat it was the Okami soundtrack, which was 5 discs long. Did I really not put the Mechanicus soundtrack in here? I remember a lot of orcs in Florida. When I was in Colorado, it was like 80% Space Wolves until the Grey Knight Codex creep hit. Yeah. Oh my goodness, I guess I didn't. Like, I remember when I was really young, a lot of the people in the club were actually playing Catachans, because, like, and this is like way back when I first started the game, I would say at least a third of the club was like Vietnam vets, and so they just played Catachans because that's what felt right. Which, you know, hey, if that's how you got to deal with your PTSD, I guess. Huh. Okay, I guess I didn't add the Mechanicus soundtrack to this. Hang on a second. I'm gonna fix that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And then Aerotech Plus added a couple of new tracks to the soundtrack. They never actually folded into the original soundtrack for some silly reason. Oh, I didn't mean to start it right now. This is just such a gorgeous soundtrack. Don't know why it didn't oh, that's why it didn't automatically add the art for its PNGs, not JPEGs. Here, allow me to save as a JPEG. Then hopefully that'll populate. Yeah, there it goes. Checks out, have a little Slime Arbo mirror match. Yeah, kind of, yeah. You get it. But yeah, no, from there, like, there were a lot of, like, Contagion versus Tyranids, and then, like, when people figured out Tau battlesuit tactics, there were fires as JPEGs. Yeah, when people figured out Tau battlesuit tactics, a lot of people switched to that. Meanwhile, I was like, my original Tau army was actually mostly like drones. Thank you very much for the hydrate there, weather friend. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so now that we have this soundtrack added to iTunes, I'm going to go ahead and just add it to my game soundtrack playlist and then hit shuffle all again. There we go. And now the soundtrack is doing the thing it was supposed to do. But yeah, no, my original Tau army was very drone heavy, especially back in 2nd and 3rd edition when drones had Fearless, because they weren't full blown AI in the lore at that point. So yeah, it was really funny, especially when like the Necron players who just like to cheese stuff would come out, and I would just rush them with drone squads. And especially because I could then drop a shield drone into that by essentially like, yeah, I'm not going to do a lot of damage with drone squads in melee, but if, you know, like once I do manage to actually just like dice-wise burn them down, they couldn't use their reanimation protocols, which was fucking hilarious when, you know, someone is being like, has an elite just being like absolutely destroyed by a fast attack option. When Japanime started to get more popular, we'd always ask new players if they were Robotech fans. If so, play Tau. I mean, fair enough. Although even towards the end of my playtime, like when I was actively playing the game, I never did battlesuit rush Tau. I much preferred artillery Tau. That was way more fun for me. So I had, like, I owned a couple of the battlesuit models, but most of them were broadsides, and then had a couple of hammerhead tanks, 2 to 3 fire warrior teams. Then when the big battlesuit came out, I did get one of them specifically to kind of have sit at the back of the field and just hammer stuff with artillery. And the shield walls, oh my goodness, the shield walls were such a huge boon to me because that meant I could have my fire team stand still functionally and get bonus shots with rapid fire while still moving. And it was always so funny when people complained at me about those shield walls because they're like, oh my god, it adds a whole extra layer. I'm like, okay, so let's do some math here. That extra layer only gives me 1 additional save out of 18 saves, realistically. It's not that game-breaking. They're like Nurgle player who gets feel no pain and then saves and then other bullshit, you know? Like, my 1 out of 18 chance for 1 troop to survive does not beat your fucking bullshit. You up feel no pain, asshole. Sorry, I remain angry about how fucking unbalanced Nurgle players were for a long time. Like that was actually a part of why I stopped playing, because everybody kept chasing the most like busted thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm not having fun. If there's no like, I don't really care about winning, but if I don't feel like I'm having a back and forth, it just feels bad, you know? Like it. I don't know. One of the most fun games that I ever played was a skirmish level game. I want to say it was like 750 points of Harlequins versus what's the name of Slaanesch's Space Marines? I remember Artie Tau a good bit. It was like, oh neat. Check out my Death Company and Combi Melta Stern Guards. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, probably my favorite game that I ever played was Harlequins versus Slaanesh Marines. And it was a real small game, but like we came down to literally 1 model v 1 model. It was fantastic. Granted, there were times you deep strike off the table, then it went very bad for you. Yep. Well, and see, that was okay. That's another thing. Like I would if I had enough points to do it, cram a couple of Kroot squads in there to protect the artillery as like a backline defense, so that if people did try to deep strike in, it was like, well, now you're going to deal with cannibal birds. Good luck. Like, there were ways around it, you know? Plus, I was that one mad person who, again, was not afraid to put, like, my basic Tau units into melee. Like, we played not Kill Team. Before Kill Team came back, there was another system that was like half Kill Team, half Necromunda, and I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head, but it was really fantastic. And it involved, like, basically just having one squad of troops and using them as individual characters. Every game you played, you would gain XP and all that sort of stuff. So I had one Tau Pathfinder that at Kroot were very rare where you were playing, and I was surprised with all the Space Wolves players around. Hey, fair enough. But I had one Pathfinder that just became a melee master. Like, I even made a special model for him after the third game. Like, he kept getting melee kills. It was weird. Like, I kit bashed... this was before the new Pathfinder models came out, so, like, I ended up actually kit bashing him to have his, like, ceremonial knife actually drawn. It was fun as fuck. I should bring that character back. He was a neat character. Not that I play at this point anymore, but, you know. Okay, so let me... Yes, keep talking to me about this. This is fun and distracting, but also it is distracting. You know what I mean? Okay, so this section... These rules for... 40k rant overload. No, I mean, like, again, play it, you know? Again, probably one of the funniest Kill Team games I ever played was with my Dark Eldar. I basically just crammed an entire squad of their basic troops into their transport, and I turn oned a Space Marine squad, and both of us just kind of, like, jaw hit the floor. And we went, okay, we're going to try that again with me, with, like, having a different army list, because that was a bit busted. Because 30 shots with rerolls, all of which were poison. So they were just... They didn't need to get over the stupid, like, toughness of Space Marines. They just dealt damage, you know? Yep, we just skated around a corner and annihilated that squad. It was wild. Because managing... Okay, this section contains the rules for creating and using NPC drivers for the player characters to race against. I'm gonna say beef with. And race against. Because managing these characters more general NPCs is more complicated. Populate the world. Don't need bats. There are plenty of tools in this. Tools in the following pages. Help make things To... Okay.
I hate to interrupt your stream, my little flower.
No, you're fine.
But there's a customer issue out front?
Oh, little issue, big issue, what are we talking about? Like
Just the former.
Yeah? Okay. Hold it for just a moment. I'm gonna finish this paragraph and then I'll be right with you, Dee. Okay. On the right side, Battletech and 40k on the only nerd stuff you really got into, so you cannot derail too much more. I mean, listen! Okay. But you also brought up the other, I should say one of the other miniatures games I'm into. I also play Warhammer Fantasy Battle, a little bit of Age of Sigmar, Malifaux, X-Wing, as I said, Battletech, and I'm sure I'm missing a few more. I played a lot of MechWarrior Dark Age back in the day. A lot of, what was it, Mystic Knights? It was the other Clicks game, but the fantasy-based one. Never played Hero Clicks, never got into that one. I play too many games. Listen, there was a time in my life where I was legitimately thinking about opening a game store just called I Play Too Many Games. Because I, in fact, play too many games. Like, y'all, you should see I have an entire Billy bookcase overflowing with game books. Holy shit. And that stuff is packed in there tight. Okay, yeah, let me focus this a little bit. We'll talk Battletech stuff after the commercial break. How about that? Because I have opinions. There are plenty of tools and guide. I mean, resources and guidance. In the following pages, help make sessions run as smoothly as possible. So this section contains the rules for creating and using NPC drivers for the player characters to beef with and race against. Because managing these characters is more complicated than the others, which just populate the world and don't need stats. There are plenty of resources and guidance in the following pages to help make sessions run as smoothly as possible. Even... general characters. Populate the world and don't need stats. Ooh, these specialized. Okay, so because managing these specialized NPCs is more complicated than the more general characters, the more general ones used to populate the world. And thus don't need stats. There are plenty of resources and guidance in the following pages. Help make sessions run as smooth as possible. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll see what V needs. I'm going to run an ad while we're away. You don't have to sit and watch the ad, but, you know, letting it play helps me keep doing what I'm doing here. So, you know, do what you can. Anywho, I'll be back soon. Alright, so are we dealing with a pricing issue, or are we dealing with a somebody was offended by something. Ooh la la.
the St. Louis Blues.
Alrighty, we are back. So, Battletech. For the longest time, I was a House Kurita player, almost exclusively. But ever since, what was it, 2015, I have been a House Arano player primarily. And in fact, I actually have a good deal of models that are being painted with the proper House Arano colors, better than I ever could right now, because like it's one of those things where like I am okay at painting. I have experience in doing theatrical painting and stuff. I just don't have the patience for it. I don't want to paint miniatures, if that makes sense. Hello, Mistborn! I have an awful lot of gray plastic floating around on tabletop stuff because it feels too much like work to me. I like building stuff, and that's part of the reason why I got so hard into Gundam model kits again a couple years ago. But yeah, no, like actually painting miniatures, just for some reason, it's like a little like stop code in my brain. I can do it, but it feels too much like work. Big ups Korea, the only house that did not hate your faction, House Liao. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, no, I switched over to being a House Arano stan. Yeah, just I loved the story of the HBS Battletech game. I want to play it for streams eventually, but Shadowrun Dragonfall feels more important to play right now, given the anarchist and anti-fascist vibes that it has going on. So that's why I'm doing that one next. Let's see what else. Yeah, you know. Probably my favorite Battletech in a Time of War character ever is a Kurita expat called Yabe Saki. Not code name, call sign Rat Queen. She walked out of a nuke just straight to the face. Like, she was at ground zero. It was one of like 2 or 3 times I've ever rolled boxcars in a Battletech game. And keep in mind, she was in a fucking Raven. She was not in like a Thor or an Atlas or anything big and chunky. No, she was in a fucking Raven. So like, she is a fucking legendary character as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. As in many systems, the rules for... You can't keep good Raven down. Exactly. It is the most scrungly little Raven as well, because it's a custom build that uses a bunch of medium lasers and a snub-nosed PPC with like a mask system built into it. So that thing flies practically across the ground and gets up into much larger mechs grundles and just kablam. It's fucking hilarious. Any NPCs? May seem daunting at first glance. Oh, how to put this? Much like player characters. Process goes much smoother, or much easier than that first that initial impression. Makes it seem. Also, like the Curitans, cause. Oh, you also like the Curitans because they share your love for PPCs. Also, give me those C3s, thanks. Oh, another fun character that I played in a combined Time of War and just standard BattleTech campaign. I don't remember their name, but they were a field reporter who ended up attached to a mercenary company that was being employed by a larger house. Basically, like there was a combination of like concerns over the use of mercenaries in this particular war, as well as just they wanted the house wanted to do a propaganda spin, and so the mech that person got was like significantly modified, like lost a couple of weapon systems. I want to say it wasn't a Phoenix Hawk, it was a Shadow Hawk. I think at least they ran a Shadow Hawk at one point. That may not have been the finalized version of what they drove, but had a whole bunch of ECCM, like standard ECM, but also ECCM, a satellite uplink that would allow them to both observe the battlefield from a satellite's eye view, but also then feed targeting data back to others. Like a numerous amount of like research gimmicks and stuff like that. Stuff that like you would normally see in like commander suits. Personal Raven was always the opposite. No guns, just as much ECM, ECCM, AMS, and NSS as you could fit on it. It only had a narc to call in focus fire if it got spotted. Hey, fair enough. Yeah, Saki was like the way that she was described in the A Time of War section of that campaign was a very close combat focused former gang member. I forget what world she'd come from, but like it was very much one of the Hive City, like hyper populated worlds of the Kurita area, and so like she grew up with basically nothing, and her fighting skills basically just nicely translated over when she got drafted to being a mech pilot. But that meant that once I don't remember if she just got out of service for serving her term, or if she got discharged for something. It's been long enough since I've looked at her character sheet. I don't remember. But basically, she ended up having her own custom mech and then jobbing out to mercenary companies and the like. And yeah, it just seemed correct to kind of carry on that close combat focus, very hit and run tactics, Okay, so as in many systems, the rules for creating and using NPCs may seem daunting at first glance, but much like creating player characters, the process is much easier than the initial impression makes it seem. Ba, 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 ba. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Oh. Frida had the raddest vehicle in the game. Standard coolant truck, but instead of flamethrowers, it had coolant throwers. And they'd haul ass through battlefields and hose down friendly mechs. Yes! Oh my goodness, those are always super duper fun. Peripherally levels of crazy. You love to see it. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Oh, see, now I gotta go look up what it was. I want to say it was the Thunderhawk. It's one of my favorite, like, post-Jihad mechs. Which is a wild fucking thing to drop in stream, if you don't know what I'm talking about. I know. Thunder Fox, excuse me. It's a little quad mech that has PPC built into it. There you go. Yeah, look at this guy. Just look at him. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Little four Street Gas RM4 and a light Gauss rifle. Post-war to Blake. Yep. Post-wobs. Post-wob. That's just a fun kit, you know? Not the most powerful thing, but, yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I love the post-Dark Age stuff. Like, the Atlas III is such a fun-looking suit. But much like creating player characters, the process is much easier than that initial impression makes it seem. Powerful is overrated. Always go for fun. Exactly. Exactly. Because honestly, if you have fun with a character, it's probably going to end up being powerful in some way anyway, just because you better know how to use it to its best to really bring out its strengths, you know? And... fleet of wannabes for the players to leave in the dust. All the way oh yeah, we are listening to Dragon Quest XI again. I should have known, this isn't, like, there's symphonic stuff happening. Of course this is Dragon Quest. All the way up to, say, Ace Drivers. That rival player characters. And the complexity of their vehicles. Heck, you thought it was The Sims for a second. Hmm? How do you mean? Oh! The music, yeah. Wait, really? The Sims? Or are you joshing with me? Okay, I don't like that there is a single word hanging out down there. As in many systems, many game systems. There we go. Okay, that actually may have fixed the entire thing. As in many game systems, the rules for creating and using NPCs may seem daunting at first glance. Much like creating player characters, the process is much easier than the initial impression makes it seem. Using these rules, a GM can build anything from a fleet of wannabes for the players to leave in the dust, all the way up to ace drivers that rival player characters in the complexity and power of their vehicles. Oh, and I may end up just reusing the next paragraph almost verbatim from the Lancer core book, because you know what? Let me copy it for now. No, because the Lancer version of it includes like you and your table and all that sort of stuff, which I generally try to avoid. But we'll copy it for now and make modifications as we go. Okay, so that's the paragraph that's in Lancer. As you can see, it's oh, the kind of happy instruments and tone. Your brain started to play old Sims 1 music. Well, probably just you. I mean, you know, now that you mention that, I definitely see that. That does make sense. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to change this paragraph a whole lot anyway, but having it here in front of me just helps me not have to like hop back and forth to the book, and I can actually keep chat a little bit more prominent for a minute. Plus there's some grammatical stuff in here that I don't like. To the mere speed bumps. We're gonna go with background characters instead. Oh no, background drivers. Meant to be mere speed bumps. Any of the basic NPCs presented here be put go directly into a race without any additional work. Yeah, that feels much better. For simple background drivers that are meant to be mere speed bumps on the player's way to the finish line, any of the basic NPCs presented here can just be put directly into a race without any additional work. For those more powerful characters, however, There are more comprehensive and flexible outlines. With details that can be filled in and parts options to choose from. Ooh. Those more unique characters, however. There are more comprehensive and flexible outlines with details that can be filled in and parts options to choose from. To make NPCs that are totally new. This soundtrack is newly added to the lineup. I don't remember if I had it in the lineup last week or not, but either way, like, World of Horror is absolutely fantastic. Just truly amazing one-bit Junji Ito style horror. It is kind of a roguelike, but only in that there are so many scenarios that can happen by random chance that, like, no two story runs are going to be the same. It is a really fantastic game and genuinely creepy. But not in, like, a jump scare way. You know what I mean? Like, it is more of the psychological horror aspect. There are a couple of jump scares, but they're not as bad as other jump scares, I would say. This one. There are more comprehensive and flexible outlines with details that can be filled in and parts options to choose from to make NPCs that are totally new. Make NPCs that stand above the crowd. Ooh, okay, I need to find... Okay. Okay, so... Filled in and parts options to choose from to make NPCs that stand above the crowd. Alright, I don't feel like I need to mention it here. I'll mention it in the next section. But I do want to introduce the opportunity for like rival NPCs to use like player character like level build stuff. But that should be like, this is your named rival, like the leader of another driving crew kind of a thing, you know? So I think I'll mention that in the using non-player characters section. Not the building NPCs. Or, well, not here. And then probably again in the building NPCs section, I'll just actually like do it as like a rival kind of a thing. Oh, heading 4? Oh. Oh no, that one is heading 4. Okay. Alright, so that I can get rid of. I don't need this section anymore. So, in going to say NPCs generally act according to slightly different rules than player characters. Because again, I want to leave space for that like special rival character that basically is a player character. Have I used the term PCs anywhere else? Hang on. Okay, I have. That out. And jump all the way back down to here. These are exceptional individuals. Either through ability, training, just pure luck. Again, I'm looking at what's actually in the Lancer GM section, and we'll adapt from there. Anyone else? Reading most NPCs. Follow along in their wake. I don't hate the structure of this paragraph, for instance. Let's see. I do think I'm going to put a column break here. In ProtoDrive, NPCs generally act according to a slightly different set of rules than player characters. Because the PCs are exceptional people, whether through ability, whether through natural ability, grueling training, or just... I'll go with plain luck instead. Get rid of that clause. Almost everyone else has to follow along in their wake. There we go. So, similar paragraph. I'm going to say legally distinct, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Like, it feels more... more crafted to what we're doing here. Oh, did we call it narrative play or no? I want to say we called it because we create a slight separation between... Okay, racing and narrative play. Okay, yeah, we did. Look, that's where all my skill comes from, and also why you suck. Well, listen, I have the antithesis of that most of the time. I have an uncanny ability to roll extremely low, except when I'm doing just batshit bonkers nonsense. Like, I will straight up fail things that I should not even typically be able to fail. And then when I do something stupid like, oh yeah, no, the player understand that wearing this heavy armor and jumping into the water is going to cause me to sink like a stone. But my character is a fucking dumbass and does not care. And then I suddenly somehow roll consistently to resist like negatives and penalties that come from that. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing either. Like, this is just how my dice are doing the thing. Like, the dice want to tell a story, you know? Or, like I said before, Saki running into what is clearly about to be the actual epicenter of a nuclear blast in violation of who knows how many treaties, and that's when I somehow roll boxcars. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, that's just how that works. So the lesson there is be wacky, have fun, and be prepared for your characters to die, because that won't always hold up. In narrative, reactor response. Okay, now this one I may end up just taking whole hog. Oh, I'm gonna have to change this for example, but well, maybe not. Oh, yep, or opening fire. We're not playing a combat game, so. Where fails a roll. Inner me. To be fair, Ares Convention only counts for signers, right? Nukes Taurians. Hey, listen. I don't like the Taurians because, again, House Arano girly. But also, nukes are a bad idea just in general, you know? Like, fuck the Taurians. They've, you know... Hello, Caster! Welcome, and good evening! We're chatting about Battletech, 40k, and other TTRPGs while working on ProtoDrive, if that wasn't painfully obvious. How are you doing today? Okay, so let's... While I wait for further responses vis-a-vis how the Taurians suck and what Caster is working on. Yeah, let's take a look. You're just gonna say, fuck the Tories, but you assumed you misheard. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, also fuck the Tories. That's a whole other thing. No,
Hey, Mom.
the Taurians.
Cool animal I found.
Oh, yeah, that's an adorable little, what is it?
Can I keep it?
No, sweetie, we gotta take that back outside. Okay, you get ready and to tell me all about that little thing, and I'll be with you in just a moment, okay? Yeah, the Taurian Concordat is like the sworn enemy of the Aurigan Coalition in Battletech, and the Aurigan Coalition is led by House Arano, which is my, like, chosen house in the game. That was basically the selling point of the convention. Look, if we keep nuking each other, there will be nothing left to conquer. You're good. Need to lie down after work, but here to chill in Foundry VTT. Ooh, fun. Yeah. So, in Foundry, I have been trying out that little raise hand thing, and it works great for moments where you don't have, like like video playback. So it basically helps prevent people from talking over each other, which I know is my biggest fear when I'm doing TTRPGs online. So if you haven't already looked into that module for Foundry, definitely check it out. It's just a nice little way to be like, oh, someone's raising their hand, they want to have the stage, you know? You love the Taurians, go Action Trinity Alliance. Anyway, we'll come back to this in a moment. I need to go take a commercial break anyway, because that timer sure is a running down. I may do a little bit of editing for this paragraph while I'm away, but I'll try to do it on screen as much as I can. So yeah, I'll be back in 5 or so minutes. Alrighty, so is this just another kind of mole, or is this some kind of new horrifying creature with a weird star face? are back. I think. I didn't. We are back, I think. Wow. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, subtitles, for that accurate and amazing automatic translation. Okay, so in narrative play, NPCs typically act in response to rolls made by the players. For example, if a player tries to hit someone and failing, nearby NPCs might respond by tackling them, punching them in the face. Thank you very much, Valdaris. I do in fact need to hydrate. In fact, I'll do it twice because I am supposed to have been finished with my first glass of water by this point in the stream. Still not quite there, but definitely feeling better. Thank you very much. If a player tries to hit someone and fails, nearby NPCs might respond in kind. I'm gonna punch them in return. Yeah, Nightmare Cart! Okay. You've not even thought about Golden Sun for 20 years. Okay, Golden Sun is one of my all-time top favorite video game franchises, and I desperately need the company to get enough money to make the fourth game, because the fourth game is the end of the story that they originally planned to make. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I'm still astounded that Nightmare Cart is a real thing. Not only is Nightmare Cart a real thing, Caster, it's getting a DLC expansion soon. Oh my goodness, it's so good. Also, have you seen the arcade cabinet that's been made for it? It's doing like the rounds at various conventions and stuff. It's so cool! Oh, we only got the chance to play the first. Yeah. So, okay, Golden Sun. The story behind Golden Sun is a lot more complicated than you'd think. So, essentially, the two brothers that run Camelot, the development company behind it, had this huge overarching story that they wanted to tell. And they started to realize, okay, if we start here, there's not going to be enough time to explain all of the backstory that sets this up. So, we're going to roll back the timeline by like 15, 20 years and make a game about that first. That was originally supposed to be for the N64. And then the N64 era started coming to an end. And so they were like, okay, we'll shift it to GBA, Game Boy Advance. And then they kept making more and more story there, which turned it into the two Game Boy Advance games. That is still prologue for the game that they wanted to make in the first place, right? The company ran out of money in making sure that those games got made and spent a good long while working on other companies' projects as like a secondary and support company, saving up money to then make the first Game Boy Advance DS Golden Sun game, which is the start of the story that they wanted to tell in the first place. But once again, they ended up with too much material, and so it's realistically just the first half of the story they wanted to tell. Oh my god, I want them to be able to finish that story. It's so good. Oh wow, that's seriously a project of love. You've only played like 2 hours of Bloodborne, but you suppose that's not necessarily a requirement. Well, no, okay, see, that's the thing. Nightmare Cart is legally distinct. It has its own thing, plus it's not really a story-based thing, it's a kart racer. There is a story mode to it. It's fun, it's goofy. as you just heard from the previous piece of soundtrack, it's fun and all over the place. And the DLC stuff that's been shown off is a spoof on the Bloodborne Oceanside Village thing. So it's got like a bunch of Caribbean inspired stuff in the soundtrack. There are a bunch of like beach driving courses. I know we've seen at least one new boss from it, which is just like a giant walking shark. It's so silly. It's so strange. Okay, so narrative play NPCs typically act in response to rolls made by players. For example, if a player tries to hit someone and fails, nearby NPCs might respond by punching them in return. Ooh, okay. Into no, because like, okay, a big part of this system is that there is occasional violence in the world, but it's shocking more than anything else. This is very much the like, okay, if you've personally offended the honor of this rival driving team, they're gonna want to, you know, race against you, not throw punches. But if, like, let's say there is an interpersonal thing between two drivers, yeah, someone might throw a punch. Punching them in return. Backing off for the moment. While promising to retaliate during the next race, or on rare occasions even escalating things to an all-out brawl. Not escalating, escalating. Oh my goodness. Fingers, what are you doing? Okay, so I feel like that gets across the vibe just from like priorities in the writing. Because like you might end up in a situation where one NPC punches the person back, the rest of the crew like separates them and like, no, we're gonna settle this on the road. You watch your back in the next race, that kind of bullshit. Or, like I said, on rare occasions, even escalating things into an all-out brawl. Because, like, I don't want to, you know, dictate that you can't have that sort of a thing happen in a game. But I do want to indicate that, like, that's not the general vibe here. Like, you know, that's the thing. This is Initial D. This is Fast and the Furious. Like, this, you know, some fights happen, but, like, it should be, like, one round of punching before, like, some big named NPC comes in and is like, hey, separate things out. What's going on here? We don't do this. We settle our differences on the race course, you know? Like, that sort of nonsense. So I don't think I need to give a second example just because of how much more information I crammed into the examples there. We'll rearrange this a little bit. Generally speaking, NPCs don't roll for themselves. It feels like emotional tension is either a personal stat or a world stat that when maxed out, you play out a scene where a blow is struck and a race wager is made. Ooh. I could see that being a thing, actually. I don't feel like I need to make it a stat. You know what I mean? Well, maybe, though. Like... Because it is kind of heavily implied. Yeah, you're right. Rather than having to put mechanics behind how to punch. Yeah, no, like that's... You say it's stat, but clock, really, yeah. Well, like, I've already got clocks and things built in, so I don't... maybe. Yeah, I feel like the way that clocks are built in, it's already kind of set up to do that. But yeah, no, absolutely. There are not mechanics behind how to punch. It might be just like oh, okay, well, I'm gonna roll my d20, and if I hit the success level, then I've thrown a punch, and that would put people towards like a rising tension clock or something like that. Yeah. But it's not stated out like, okay, you have an attack bonus, and this person has an AC, because this system is very much like if you get a tenor bar on the d20, you have succeeded. You might gain bonuses to that in various ways, but like that's where your DCs are set most of the time. The only exception for that is in races where like control DCs are set a little bit differently for the most part. That's the biggest break for that. Oh, speaking of games that didn't get their due, Jump Light Odyssey was so fucking cool, but the company behind it was running out of money. So it is a full game. Don't get me wrong, it is a full game. It just doesn't have as much story content as they wanted to include. But they released a whole bunch of DLC for it for free when they said, okay, we're gonna have to pause development on this for a while, indefinitely, and like they gave out the soundtrack for free. Absolutely gorgeous 70s anime space drama nonsense, as you can hear. Okay, so... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this. Up here. Space drama, your favorite kind of drama. You can still purchase it. I fully encourage people to purchase Jump Light Odyssey. It's a great game if you played FTL and want to do like 70s anime space opera. Give it a shot. It's a great game. Narrative play. NPCs don't typically roll for themselves. Instead, they act in response to rolls made by the players. Actually, hang on. In narrative play, the GM won't typically roll for NPC actions. Yeah, that feels a lot better and a lot more clear. So in narrative play, the GM won't typically roll for NPC actions. Instead, they act in response to rolls made by the players. For example, if a player tries to hit someone and fails, nearby NPCs might respond by punching them in return, backing off for the moment while promising to retaliate during the next race, or on rare occasions, even escalate things to an all-out brawl. Okay. That feels great. What does our next paragraph look like? Oh, yeah, the next paragraph makes sense, is going to be talking about, in Lancer's case, mech combat, in our case, on, racing on the course. So let's see, we talked about racing segments, that's what I called it. Cover C's Act 3. Act in basically same ways as player characters. Though there are some exceptions. Most NPCs, and this is where I'm fully diverging from how Lancer describes this, because they talk a lot about combat and all that sort of stuff. Plus, the basic Lancer book doesn't like it when you use player character options for NPCs, whereas I've found through GMing Lancer and ProtoDrive that giving like major rival NPCs or like commander units access to those player options can make the game feel much more high stakes for the player characters, or for the players, I should say. Though there are some exceptions. Most NPCs will have much simpler turns due to the more limited options available to them. Those based on more advanced templates. Will how do I want to say this? Not take more time. Approach PC. Rare rival characters. Access to the same things as PCs. We love a boss fight. It can be really nice when NPCs can do the things the players can. Who doesn't love a boss fight against your own skill set? Exactly. Some of the most fun Lancer games I've ever run were on an arena planet where essentially like the player characters were always fighting against other like major NPCs and stuff like that, and even occasionally against each other. It made for some really engaging battles that actually involved doing some really cool tactical stuff, because while most Lancer games are very much about like, oh, you are the big badass taking down waves upon waves of like more basic enemies, when you actually put somebody against a skill set that is just as dangerous as they are, suddenly they start making a lot more use of cover, of creative problem solving in the arena, and all that sort of fun stuff. My players at one point figured out how to full on set up traps using like decrepit buildings and the like. I was incredibly impressed. I was like, no, I'm straight up like gonna just say I failed the roll to spot that, because that was a dope thing that I need to reward, you know? Like, oh hey, this character, if we show our face to them, is going to steamroll us. We need to be careful. Cool. Cool, you know? Based on more complex templates. More complex actions. In the case of the special rival NPC. Ooh, nope. No, I think creating separate sentences here. But those based on more advanced templates or even the rare rival characters with access to the same build options as PCs. It just feels like a run-on sentence, you know? Those based on more advanced templates will have more complexity to them. In rare cases, some NPCs will even have access to the same resources as player characters, making their turns one-to-one with those of the party. Those of the crew. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced about how this is worded. In racing segments, however, NPCs act in basically the same ways as player characters, though there are some exceptions. Most NPCs will have simpler turns due to the more limited options available to them, but those based on more advanced templates will have more complexity. In rare cases, some NPCs will even have access to the same resources as player characters, making their turns one-to-one with those of the crew. Okay, you know what? It's better. It's a better paragraph than I thought it was, honestly. I can get rid of this little blurb. Probably gonna bump this down to the next page. Just like NPCs. Oh, what do we got? Wonder about basically the same, unless you generally maintain an informal tone elsewhere. Perhaps just act similarly to. Similarly to. I've had a pretty informal tone throughout, but I like the vibe of that. To player characters. And actually that might help fix it, because this clause doesn't make sense with how I've written, or how I've rewritten this paragraph. NPCs act similarly to player characters, though their turns often pass more quickly. This is because most NPCs have more limited options available to them, meaning they have fewer choices to make. Those based on more advanced templates will have more complexity, of course. And in rare cases, some NPCs will even have access to the same resources as the player characters. Okay, so I like this paragraph better now, but having this little one-word dangling at the end always bothers me. So in racing segments, however, NPCs act similar to player characters, though their turns often pass more quickly. This is because most NPCs will have more limited options available to them. Will have a more limited selection of actions available to them, meaning they have fewer choices to make. Those based on more advanced templates will have more complexity, of course, and in rare cases, some NPCs will even have access to the same resources as player characters, making their turns one-to-one with those of the crew. Okay, that feels like it reads a lot better to me. What do y'all think? Like, that was a great suggestion, Caster. Thank you very much. Awesome. I am going to go ahead and just insert a column break here. Just because, like, I know I'm going to have, like, 4 lines hanging out on the bottom there, and that doesn't feel good. You cannot read. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Is it a screen size thing, or is it, like, is it your screen is too small, or is it that I should, like, zoom in a little bit? Wait for the pop-up book edition. Okay, I mean, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so let's take a look at how this is described. You're also in the middle of doing PDF proofing for... So wording choice is all your brain is doing right now. Fair enough. Oh, yeah. How much am I allowed to talk about City of Espers right now, Caster? Yeah, I am... Ever since I got that art of my character in, I have been, like, vibrating to, like, show people this because I'm extremely excited. Oh, as much as you want. There's no NDA. Okay, so Caster is working on a really, really, really cool system called City of Espers, which is both incredibly promising just as a narrative TTRPG, but also as a tactical game. Like well, yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff, and like I will absolutely biff it if I try to describe it too terribly much, but it is, I will say, like, I have referred to it as, like, probably the most intentionally queer TTRPG and tactics game that I've run into thus far, because, like, it is that way on purpose from the get-go, and I am extremely excited to actually play through it and, like, just be a part of this entire process of making it a thing out in the world. Oh, it's so cool. Just like, again, the ballroom aspects of it that have been introduced for like your... Oh my goodness, what was the group? I guess it would be a house more than anything else, but like, are you making a separation between like a house and the crew of people that are currently playing? Or are we just did you end up calling it like just that group of player characters the house in and of itself? Thank you, it's so dope to have... Ah! Well, thank you very much. I always love working with you on these sorts of things. And yes, we are the House of Vox. Okay, cool. I knew that was the term for the general overarching like faction that we're a part of, but I wasn't sure if that was also the term just used for the player characters as well. Cool to know. Oh, sad news about Hyperlight Breaker. It seems like the studio behind Hyperlight Drifter and Hyperlight Breaker are shutting down production on Hyperlight Breaker. I'm so sad about that. 'Cause it's a fun game and it had a lot of like good ideas to it, but it just didn't resonate with people as well as Hyperlight Drifter did, unfortunately. A little bit of ran out of cash, a little bit of like player response to the game wasn't as strong as they wanted, and yeah, it kind of petered out, unfortunately. You know, like, do I hope that they'll come back to it at some point? Yes, I do. But I think I think a big part of it is that the market is currently oversaturated with like extraction shooters and small team games and stuff like that. So while it was a cool idea when they initially came up with it, like the market is just oversaturated with that kind of thing now. It's unfortunate. Okay. So, let's see. This is, again, another thing I might be able to just almost completely copy over from Lancer, because, like, this is just a good explanation for how rounds should work. One turn per round. One turn can... Oh, nope, this is where it's going to break down, because move and take 2 quick actions. That doesn't make sense with how our action economy works. Oh. There are key exceptions in terms of... Okay, so... Ooh, and I've even got some sections that I forgot to include here. So then we gotta do that, and then that would be Heading 4. The turn order. That's here. Actions. And some of this might not be fully necessary because there are a number of quick actions and full actions that basically aren't really needed. Because again, Lancer was designed as a combat game first and foremost. So like, I may get to the end of this action section and be like, you know what, I can delete this entire thing. Because there aren't enough differences between NPC actions and player actions that I don't feel like it's actually necessary to differentiate. And heading back up to heading 4, damage and heat. Tears. Oh wow, there's a lot more subsections to this part of the book than I realized there were in the original Lancer. Like, I've read through this book 2 or 3 times at this point, but I forgot somehow that there was this much differentiation. Again, I would not be shocked if some of these sections get removed. But we're going to go ahead and drop them in there just in case. Oh,
Mom,
hello?
have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
No, sweetie, where'd you lose track of her?
Can you help me find her?
Yeah, sure. Give me just a moment. Let's see. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go help find a skunk, and then I'm gonna come back to this because it looks like I moved some stuff around in ways that may or may not actually help me out. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll figure that out. Either way, we've made good progress today so far. Yep, I'll be back soon. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Alright, so, well, we did all of our laundry yesterday, so there shouldn't be any piles of, like, warm clothing sitting around right now, so where else should we check out? figured out where some of my confusion was coming from. Because the way that Lancer sets up this section, like, I had just beefed it. I had forgotten all about, like, turn order actions, all that sort of fun stuff, up to right around the types of non-player characters. Because of the fact that, like, Lancer describes all of this stuff before getting into the building NPCs, I don't know if I want to necessarily include those explanations in a previous section and then describe them in a later section, or if I just want to describe them in the part that actually talks about what they are, you know? So let's see, classes, special classes, roles, and templates. And I also don't know if I want to include roles. So honestly, I think I'm just going to get rid of the entire types of non-NPCs characters part of this section. And just kind of transfer some of the information that was previously in Lancer's system described in types of non-player characters into the actual, you know, building NPC section. Well, I'll leave it in for now, and we'll come back and take a look at it later to see if it's valuable or if those two sections can be kind of squashed together. I also ended up... Oh, well, hang on. I need to edit this anyway. Because they follow the same turn structure as players do. Just like PCs, NPCs each get one turn around, and on that turn, and then in ProtoDrive's case, actions always exclusively happen before movement happens. So, make either two quick actions or one full action before moving. However, there are some key exceptions in terms of how they act and what they can do, which are covered here. Okay. It's only a slight alteration of the existing Lancer text in this case, but I feel like that's a pretty major one, considering Lancer allows you to break up your actions and movement however you like. But because of how the structure of racing works in ProtoDrive, you have to take all of your actions first. That changes your speed stat and various other things before you take your movement at the end, and then end your turn. So just like PCs, NPCs each get one turn per round, and on that turn can take either two quick actions or one full action for moving. Before moving. However, there are some key exceptions in terms of how they act and what they can do, which are covered here. Okay, that makes sense. Turn order, I'm pretty sure, is also different. I need to remind myself of how we did initiative in ProtoDrive. Basic terminology, turn-based starting a race, ending a race, turns and rounds. Are separated in turns and rounds. Each character takes one turn per round unless otherwise specified. A round ends once. Every character that can, once again, turns represent player characters, or represent characters taking specific actions, not the time it takes to perform those actions. Right, okay, I introduced both rolled initiative and you go, I go initiative. So In this case, I need to refer back to that. So the way that Lancer describes it is always as a you go, I go sort of situation. This functions the same way. Turn order is decided all characters at the beginning of the race. No, it's not necessarily decided at the beginning of the race because of how it's decided for all characters in the ways described on page 60. And earlier in the book. For cases, or for tables using rolled initiative, the dice decide who goes first. Okay, I should say the dice almost always decide who goes first, because there are always going to be edge cases, you know? And I want to leave space for those. But for groups, using you go, I go initiative, player character or allied NPC will always go first. Yep. As a brief reminder, if a table is using rolled initiative, the dice almost always decide who goes first. Those using you go, I go initiative, however, player character or allied NPC will always go first. Oh, actually, let's make this a bullet point. So players in this case are, like, every player is intended to be a driver, but when you are, like, not the person who is currently racing, you could act as a crew or mechanic. This is not professional level stuff. This is very much designed to be like street racing. So everybody is a bit of a mechanic, everybody is a bit of a crew member. The assumption is kind of you're always all working on each other's cars. But you are, like, everybody gets a chance to drive if they want to. Now, there are some times where, like, oh, okay, this is a rivals race between one player character and one NPC. You know, other characters are free to do other things, like they may just view from the sidelines. If there's some intrigue going on, they may use the time during the race to, like, search search rival you know, camps and stuff like that for clues. If it's kind of a dirty race, then they might be, you know, trying to cause distractions or other, like, accidents on the road, stuff like that. It's very open to interpretation. But player characters are not necessarily designed to be exclusively mechanics or exclusively drivers. Don't think of it like, while there is a lot of crunch in this system, don't think of it as D&D style crunch, you know? The narrative aspect of this is meant to be much more open and free-flowing. So, 4 tables using rolled initiative. There we go, and then there's that. Cute, and then... oh, I need to check back on a previous bullet point list to see if I moved those bullet points back. Okay, no, I did not. I left them indented 1 level. Okay, good. Turns and rounds. There we go. Roll for tables using rolled initiative. Each character, including both PCs and NPCs, rolls 1d20. To decide the order in which they will act. Two characters get the same result. Compare their acceleration modifiers. To see which one acts first. In a rare case, this results in another tie. Have them roll off against one another until an order. How did I describe this earlier in the book? There we go. Until it's clear who among them should go first. Get the same result. Compare their acceleration modifiers to see which one goes first. And then I'll drop that one down. In rare case, this results in another tie. Have them roll off again until it's clear who among them should go first. Then rolled initiative. Oh, remember that rolled initiative can either be done once at the start of the race or done again at the top of each round for tables that value a more fluid or a more dynamic situation. Okay. I need to play more of Wandering Swords off stream because it was one of the longest series I've ever done, but also I was riveted every single step of the way, and I know that there's more story stuff and DLC that I missed out on. Okay, so for tables using a rolled initiative, each character, including both PCs and NPCs, rolls 1d20 to decide the order in which they will act. If two or more characters get the same result, compare their acceleration modifiers to see which one compare their acceleration modifiers to determine the order in which they act. In the rare case that cases that this results in another tie, have them roll off again until it's clear who among them, or until the results can be ranked. From highest to lowest. There we go. Okay, I like that. That game was very neat. You enjoyed. Yes. Oh my goodness. That game just has so much content, and I really desperately hope that the devs get to make another one. Even like whether it's a sequel, whether it is a whole brand new story, I don't care, but I want more from them. They did such an amazing job, and I would absolutely buy and pre-order that game. Such a good game. Okay, so remember that roll initiative can either be done once at the start of the race or redone, re-rolled at the top of each round for tables that value more dynamic situations. I'm going to say more dynamic turn orders that reflect changing conditions on the road. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that feels good. Again, I'm trying to give people maximum options, but not lock them into it, like a thing that doesn't work for their table. For those using You Go, I Go initiative, and I guess I should capitalize this. Initiative. Tables using You Go, I Go. Player character or allied NPC will always go first. Well, okay, and I did describe them as hostile NPCs. A hostile NPC. Then another PC or allied NPC, etc. Until all characters have had a turn. One side... Oh, actually, hang on, let's be smart about this. Let's just copy and paste. Like, this is stuff that I wrote. I'm allowed to just copy paste it. If one side... Whoop. One side runs out of characters before the other. The side with remaining characters simply continues to choose characters to act until everyone has gotten a turn. Oh, do I need a column break here? Because it would feel wrong to just have this single part hanging over. Or should I dispense with the... You know what, let's... You know what, let's get rid of the table aspect of it. It doesn't need to be bulletin points. There we go. Turn order is decided for all characters in the ways described earlier in the book. Page 60. Below are some brief reminders about how two types of initiative in work. That doesn't really feel good. Brief reminder. Turn order. And for all characters in the ways described earlier in the book. Transcending heathens, the balance on the scale between good and evil ain't even. And even when it is, there's always someone trying to tip it. Tug of war with my arms instead of rope, I'm so conflicted. Wishing things could be like this. There are some brief reminders about how the two types of initiative in ProtoDrive work. But for a full explanation, back to the, let's see, back to the turns and rounds part of part 3, basic, page 60. There we go. Ah, beans! I still ended up with something hanging off the end there. This section contains some brief reminders about how the two types of initiative and ProtoDrive work. Fuck. Two types of initiative and ProtoDrive work, but for a full explanation, refer back to the turns around part section of part 3. Racing. Below are some brief reminders about how the two types of initiative and ProtoDrive work, but for a full explanation, refer back to the turns and rounds section of part 3 Racing, page 60. Okay, that feels good. That feels good. Tables using rolled initiative. Each character, including both PCs and NPCs, rolls 1d20 to determine the order in which they will act. If 2 or more characters get the same result, compare their acceleration modifiers to determine yada yada yada. The order in which they act. In the rare cases that this results in another tie, have them roll off again until the results can be ranked from highest to lowest. Remember that rolled initiative can either be done once at the start of the race or re-rolled at the top of each round for tables that value more dynamic turn orders, reflect changing conditions on the road. Tables using You Go, I Go initiative, a player character or allied NPC will always go first, followed by a hostile NPC, then another PC or an allied NPC, etc., until all characters have had a turn. If one side runs out of characters before the other, then the side with remaining characters simply continues to choose characters to act until everyone has gotten a turn. Nice. Okay. I think that covers everything. Oh, there is one more paragraph I will add here. Whatever initiative type you decide to use, once every character in the race has had a turn, the round ends and a new one begins. Okay. Yeah, this is good. It's an Inscription soundtrack. Love it. Oh my goodness, the Inscription soundtrack goes way harder than it has any business doing. All right. So most NPCs only have access to a limited range. You know, let me bump that down. Of actions. Their actions function the same way as those available to PCs using as those with the same name that are available to player characters. Okay, so notably NPCs in Lancer can't overcharge or brace, and don't heal or clear conditions when they stabilize. Okay, hang on a second, because I just realized I should have been bolding certain things here, so... Oh, this is the bonus boss from Casey's mod. I never actually did this. Oh, very fun. I don't think I ever did that one either, but it's still, like, again, the music in this just goes way harder. You hit a wall of difficulty in that mode before this boss was added. Hey, fair enough. And, like, once you hit that point of difficulty, I fully understand why it's hard to go back. Even if, like, adjustments get made. Okay, so for tables using roll initiative, each character, putting both, rolls one d20 to decide the order in which they will act. If 2 or more characters get the same result, compare their acceleration modifiers to determine the order in which they act. In a rare case, this results in further ties, further, or in a tie once more. Have them roll. There we go. Okay. Okay, so most player NPCs only have access to a limited range of actions, but many of their actions function the same way as those with the same function. Their actions are shared are the same as the basic ones available to the PC, or to PCs. I'll go with the PCs. Many of them are the same basic actions that are available to the PCs. Okay, so most of the NPCs only have access to a limited range of actions, but many of them are the same basic actions that are available to the PCs. Okay, cool. Notably, NPCs can't overcharge or race. And don't heal or clear actions or clear conditions when they stabilize. Okay, I don't know if all of that's going to be 100% true from the transfer over from Lancer. I do know that we changed the name of Overcharge for ProtoDrive, so I need to check that. Let's... Yeah, Overdrive is... that. And I don't think that we have... Notably, let's get rid of that, however. Unless otherwise stated, I like that. Instead of just saying most NPCs again, because I do want there to be some NPCs that can do things like overdrive, brace, and jink. Nor do they heal or clear conditions when they stabilize. Do you want to give that type of NPC a specific name to make a distinction? So yes, and I will be covering that in like I've got a whole thing about like different types of NPCs and different classes. Like that's going to be a specific class ability for NPCs, or maybe even like a tier ability. Like a tier 3 NPC is better trained than most others, so of course they can overdrive or brace and jink, that sort of a thing. So I may do like tier 2 and higher gain access to the brace action, and then tier 3 or higher gain access to the brace and jink reactions. That sort of a thing. But I'll make that clear, like specifically who can do that in these later sections. Notably, unless otherwise stated, NPCs can't overdrive, brace, or jink, nor do they heal or clear conditions when they stabilize. Okay, I do need to check what the actual function of the stabilize action is now. Or do we even have stabilize? I don't think we do, because we don't have... Ooh, yeah, no, we don't actually even have stabilize anymore. Because we don't have repair caps in this game like they do in Lancer. Let me double check myself real quick, just to make sure I'm not about to make a huge mistake. Nope, that's not the sheet that I wanted. Uh-huh, yep, that's what I thought. Because in Lancer, you can always, like, repair on the go, but it takes, like, you actually have to spend actions to stabilize. But yeah, you don't really, most cars don't really do that, and if they do, it's like a special piece of equipment for them. So, pretty sure we don't have stabilize. Yep, okay, cool. So I can just get rid of that.
Hey, hun. Can I borrow you for a second?
Oh yeah, you can borrow me anytime you like, stud. Alright, just give me a moment. I know that's gonna be a business thing, it's fine. So I can just get rid of that clause. And that means I can move that to get rid of some commas. Okay, so notably, comma, NPCs can't overdrive, brace, or jink unless otherwise stated. In their... let's see, is that templates? In their template or here? There we go. Just to make it clear how... class, template, or tier. I'm not 100% happy with this because of how the NPC construction may turn out, so I'm going to leave a comment for myself. Change based on or on the next section. Because if I do away with roles, I don't want to include the term role here, but like everything could be described as templates, and I really do think that these are going to be tied to tiers. Like specifically, I do think tier 2 automatically gets access to overdrive, and tier 3 gets access to both overdrive and the brace and jink reactions. That makes the most sense to me as of right now, but we'll figure that out when I come back from this next break, okay? So I'll be back in 5 minutes, gonna run a commercial. You all know the drill at this point. Stand up, stretch, get yourself some refreshments, and we'll be right back, okay? All right, sweetie. So, what do you actually need? Alrighty, we are back. So I do think I'm gonna eliminate this down to just the tier based on what I kind of like was talking about before. I think access to these actions is tier based. Like, it's guaranteed if you're a tier 3 or a tier 2 NPC that you're gonna have access to one or more of these actions. But outside of that, I want to make the roles and classes a little more interesting. Let's see. Alright, that's not necessary now. So, quick actions. Alright, so in Lancer, an NPC can boost to move equal to its speed. Not necessary here. Grapple, also a combat-based thing. Hide, no thanks. NPC prepares a quick action to take as a reaction. Doesn't make sense here. Skirmish, nope. Now, Ram is interesting. I think I'd rather that be an NPC-based thing in the base book. Like, if somebody is particularly like, oh, this is a tough, or something like that. That might be an NPC-specific quick action. Ooh, I did have law enforcement as a thing here, so I'm gonna give them means the ram action. So they're the only ones who can do that here, because law enforcement are a bunch of bastards like that. If we do the Angry Andy expansion, or I should say whenever we do the Angry Andy expansion, that will expand further, obviously, to everybody, because we're going to be adding combat stuff back in. But that's a later thing. Quick tech, nope, that's not really a thing. Search, not really a thing. Okay, so yeah, let's refer back to our quick actions. Oh, that's the wrong set of quick actions. Oh, I also need to include free actions. Free actions, because free actions are a lot more important in ProtoDrive than they were in Lancer. So, it is what it is. Shoot. And then we'll wean things down from here. Because, for instance, I don't think they're going to need access to the shutdown action, because they don't gain as much from shutdown as player characters do. Okay, and then they don't get either of the reactions by basic. You've commenced cooking. It is burger day. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Oh, I should make it mac and cheese with hamburger in it later. Oh, thank you for the idea. Be a great dinner. It does sound good, doesn't it? Okay, so let's do some mild rewrites. NPC. The NPC seduces their speed by their drag. No, they reduce their speed by their drag. They don't get core systems, so punch it doesn't matter. It seduces their speed. Yes, come on, Penelope. Pit stop. And speaking of BattleTech, yes, exactly. Oh yeah. This is from the BattleTech soundtrack. I hadn't clocked that yet. Yeah, okay, having them shift and still giving them access to, like, proper transmission still makes sense. Hit the gas. The NPC. Changes to any gear available on there. Automatic transmission. Loved Wacky Races as a kid. What an entirely silly cartoon. It was, but it was so good. That's also another, honestly, that is genuinely another one of the inspirations for this. Because you can go, like, hardcore, like, running in the 90s, or you can just go fucking over the top silly cartoon bonkers nonsense. It's so good. It's one of the reasons why I included the rules about, like, hey, drivers don't actually have HP. You decide if you want them to go out. Otherwise, you might just be, like, bouncing along the road holding the steering wheel when your car crashes. Mechbay Cantata has been your BRB screen for a while. Easily your favorite track. Fair enough. It's a good one. Hit the gas. The NPC increases their speed by their acceleration. Oh. Slam the brakes. The decreases their speed by 2 times their drag. Changes. They're available on their manual transmission. Oh, I love this part of writing this, where I can just very easily coast and, like, copy paste stuff from earlier in the book. Song that plays in the Leopard and MechWarrior 5, I also really like. Just been too lazy to get it. Hey, fair enough. For legal reasons, I own a copy of every soundtrack on this playlist. Which is actually true. I actually went to pretty great extents to get legal copies of all these soundtracks. It's like some of these games are much older games. I think the only 2 that I can't legally say that in completely clear terms are the 2 Boktai games. And that's because they never released the soundtracks for those officially. But I own copies of the GBA games, as well as the ability to pull data from GBA cartridges, so I kind of had to do that in a roundabout way. But I do own the games, and therefore kind of the soundtracks. Bless you, Bandcamp, for real. Yes, exactly. Bandcamp, like, so many game artists making their stuff available on Bandcamp are just an absolute blessing. Plus, it's given me access to a bunch of like other things that I just would not have access to normally. Like Castle Rat. Oh my goodness, that band! I have both of their albums on Bandcamp, as well as on cassette tape, thanks to Bandcamp. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh, what's his name? One of my favorite medieval style artists. Hang on, I have to look this up because like not to get too meta or anything, but this guy's music was one of the inspirations for me as a character. Gillen Desk. He plays a mean hurdy-gurdy. Yeah. Actually, do I have any of the albums loaded into iTunes? No, I do not. Okay. Dang. Oh well. I'll try to get that loaded up, but specifically the tracks by him that inspired Sheela as a character were Omen and Break Your Crank, with Sand Sailor being a close third. And then just the fact that like a lot of games will either include their soundtracks or offer it as like a cheap DLC over on Steam these days, which is also just gorgeous and great, and love them for that. Let's see. Should they be able to do the soft pass? I don't think they can do soft pass by default. I will give soft pass to a specific role or template, though, I think. So, let's see. Soft pass is a pass check. Let's compare back to what's involved in a pass check. Pass check is high handling, oh, I think I'm missing plus. Unless I changed how weight works. I don't think I did. Oh, I did. I did, in fact. Okay, I am silly. I should not doubt past me. Past me knew what they were doing. So handling, huh? Okay, so that would have been the focused type. So we're gonna do that. And then the focused type gets access to soft pass. So the idea is that each one of these roles focuses on boosting one of the 4 basic statistics of the car, and then the class does something special with it. That's where you gain extra actions primarily. Ooh, and having said that, well, you know what? I'll leave it for now. Timothy Seals has got all their awesome MechWarrior 2 covers on Bandcamp. Ooh, very cool. Oh, you know what? I should see if the Advance Wars Reboot Camp soundtrack is legally available anywhere. Like, if push comes to shove, I'm sure I can find a way to pull it off of the game cartridge, but I'd rather not, if you know what I mean? But I would definitely love to add that to this rotation. Okay, so let's go back up here. So shutdown. What does shutdown do for us most of the time? So statuses. Shutdown clears all heat. Immediately reduces your speed by your drag. At the beginning of every turn when you use shutdown status, reduce your speed by your drag. The only action that you can perform is the startup action. Yeah, I think I will leave this on NPCs. NPC gains the shutdown status. I do think I'm going to leave that because inflicting shutdown on somebody else is a thing that some equipment can do, or might be able to do at some point, and so I don't want to write myself into a corner there, you know? Florit. NPC increases their speed by 2 times their acceleration. And then increase their heat by their engine bonus. For your SnowRunner streams, you use a lot of SNES, N64 stuff, and you're like, I own the games. That should be good enough. I mean, here's the thing. If you still own the cartridge, like, even if it's in storage, you're good enough. But okay, I legitimately, like, and this is the person behind the VTuber talking. I legit do come from the world of entertainment. And so, like, I do a lot of work in, or at least I should say I did. Right now I'm on kind of an extended intentional vacation. I used to do a lot of work with licensing soundtracks and media and things like that. And so I take it as a point of pride that I make sure that I am in the legal free and clear to cover stuff. Funny enough, on a lot of, like, if you go and look at a lot of Caster's backlog where I've been the GM for various tabletop stuff, like the most recent one was the most recent one I GM'd for their channel was Convictor Drive. And I actually got permission from Behold Studios to use the Chroma Squad soundtrack in that TTRPG. And before that, I did a session of, what's it called? Death in Space, where I actually got, again, permission from the creators of that TTRPG to use the 2 soundtracks that they had created for the live stream. And, like, I fully understand. This is above and beyond. Like, the video game music is kind of the Wild West as far as streaming goes. But again, I take it as a point of personal pride that, like, I can get those licenses and I can get permission to use those sorts of things. Impressive that you took the time to get the music cleared. Very professional. Thank you very much. See, exactly. It's like I said, it is just a point of, like, I want these things to be available, and especially since, as far as I'm aware, both of those streams in particular were the first actual plays of those systems. I wanted to get everything squared away and done the right way, you know? Oh, goodness gracious. That reminds me, Caster. I still need to bend your ear about the Deathmatch Island, like, one-shot that I want to run. It's not on any specific time scale, but, like, obviously the sooner I start doing major prep for it, the more time I'm gonna have for it before I have to, like, go back and do, like, more shows and stuff. But they basically, like, are you aware of Takeshi's challenge? Or yeah. Working in broadcasting, you know you can go down avenues to clear music for streams, but ooh, you love using VGM for your non-budget projects. Hey, fair enough. There are plenty of places to get VGM. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, you've heard some of the sound effects that I've made using the BBC Sound Library. Like, yeah, this isn't for a for-profit thing, so yeah, I am absolutely going to use and abuse that, like, fair use license on the BBC Sound Library. You know? But yeah, no, I would love to run something like Takeshi's Challenge using Deathmatch Island. Like, down to and including doing, like, cutaways with player characters, or players about, like, you know, how do you feel about you did it with that challenge? And doing, like, skits during forced commercial breaks, you know? Be a lot of fun to like do like pre-record some skits and do all that sort of stuff as live commentary. It would be fun. But definitely things to fuck around with in some downtime, you know. Anywho, Flirt, the NPC increases their speed by 2 times their acceleration. They then increase their heat by their engine bonus. Coast reduces heat by your fuel. UK dub of Takeshi's Castle had Craig oh my goodness, it had. Holy moly! Okay. I need to find that then, because Red Dwarf was one of the things that I grew up watching. I think we've had this conversation before, but I grew up watching a lot of British comedy and various British shows because for some reason that was what my local PBS station just had all the time. Like, I can just... Anytime I start combat in Lancer... Oh, wait, I should... Okay, so anytime I start combat in Lancer, I just hear Craig Charles go, "Roboteers standing by," from, oh my goodness, what was the name of it? It was the competition show with, like, homemade robots and, like, it's not BattleBots. BattleBots was the US version of it. Oh my goodness. UK robot fighting competition. Robot Wars, that's the one. Robot Wars. Funnily, you've never watched Red Dwarf, but Tom's a big fan. Yes, Robot Wars. Yes. But yeah, those two. Blackadder. I have the entire series on DVD. Some of Blackadder stands up well to modern day, but other times I'm just like, okay, it was a different time. Which is always fun to expose people who've only ever seen Mr. Bean to, and then it's like, wait, Rowan Atkinson can talk? Yes, and he's a smarmy bitch. It's great. Monty Python's Flying Circus, but I feel like if you're in theater or entertainment and you haven't seen Monty Python's Flying Circus, what the fuck was your childhood about? Like, really? Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. Oh my goodness. There was, well, Faulty Towers, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. It was a comedy soap opera that took place on an island. I don't remember if it was canonically the Isle of Wight or if it was just like, okay, this is the Isle of Wight and everything but name. I want to say one of... Oh, it was the actor who played Baldric on Blackadder. I want to say was one of the writers for the show. Oh my goodness, I need to go and check now. Like, again, Blackadder, Baldric, who played him? Tony Robinson was the name of the actor. So... Sorry, I am completely down a fucking Wikipedia hole now. Oh, I didn't realize he was in Neverending Story 3. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different guy. Oh, it's gonna bother me, but I am wasting everybody's time at this point. Okay, so here's another thing that we need to check is whether NPCs are actually going to track heat. Because damage and heat are okay, in Lancer, damage and heat are streamlined for NPCs. Okay, so it's just that they only have one stress. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Alright, so... NPC reduces their heat by their fuel mix bonus. And reduces their speed by their drag. And changes their gear to one that's included, or that includes their new speed. Okay. I'm also going to simplify this a little bit. It increases their heat by their engine bonus. Okay. There we go. Ooh, do I want to include block here? No, I'm not going to include block as a basic NPC ability. Let's put it on... the hardy. Oh, which city was this? Dyla. Yes, this is one of the desert cities. A little bit stereotypical for a piece of music, but I think it's a gorgeous piece. And then we're also going to give hard pass to, I think, the hot rod roll. Going by the sound, Desert Town, more than likely Act 2. Yep. So... should they have access to skill checks? I'm gonna say no, because NPCs typically won't have a set of skills all their own. You still listen to World of Horrors OST a lot. Feels a touch too far to get the vinyl, but you've gotten more work done to Bulletin Investigation than you'd like to admit. Hey, fair enough. It is an absolutely fantastic vinyl. Or not vinyl, but soundtrack. I think the only video game vinyl I have is the one for Shadowrun Hong Kong. Because that game is very close to my heart. Like, just the... It's one of those things that, like, I'm hesitant to play Shadowrun Hong Kong on stream, because of the fact that it deals directly with the interactions between the criminal class and police. But I think it does an incredible job of showing that it's possible for somebody who has been involved in law enforcement in the worst possible way to be deprogrammed by seeing how other people live their lives and realizing how much the law does not serve the people so much as it serves those in charge. But again, that's more complex necessarily than I want to get into on stream. I don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I am going to be adding Shadowrun Dragonfall to my lineup, so maybe once we finish that, I'll do Hong Kong. Makes you think of the town from Earthbound. Another RPG you need to play again. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, Caster, did you see that all of the Baroque games are getting re-released for Switch as a physical collection? There's no confirmation on whether it's going to be sold outside of Japan yet, but I can desperately hope because currently there is no official way to play the Sega Genesis version of Baroque in English, which is unfortunate because it was also the best version of Baroque. There is a patch you can get, and of course, like, you can get the PlayStation version, the PlayStation 1 version, or the Wii version, which was a full remake. Oh wow, you see, you're aware of the Switch port sidequel, but you never actually played them. It is such a good game. It existed in an era where the terms roguelike and roguelite didn't exist, but they are absolutely those. Like I said, the Genesis version is kind of is considered the best version of it. They're first-person dungeon crawlers, right? Kingsfield Energy. So, yes, but it is more akin to Shin Megami Tensei than it is Kingsfield. The Wii sequel is a third-person version instead. And it also has a very, very different aesthetic. It has the more Persona-style anime aesthetic, whereas the PlayStation 1 and the Genesis version have the original Shin Megami Tensei industrial, gothic, like apocalypse vibe. No joke, Baroque directly influenced my sense of style in real life. Like, there is a reason why like the IRL person behind this character very much dresses in a style that I would describe as post-apocalyptic. And those games are directly responsible for it. But yeah, they're also including a visual novel that has never been released stateside in that collection. So yeah, I really hope that it actually gets released outside of Japan to PAL and NTSC regions. Okay. So, we'll have to come up with something for the custom to do. Maybe I'll give RAM to the custom. Instead of just giving it to law enforcement. I'm going to take another look at my actions and see what we can do. Okay, so body, reflexes, tinkering, and tuning are the 4 mechanic skills in this game. And that's kind of what the roles represent. So, like, a custom has a better body, focus has better reflexes, hardy has better tinkering, and hot rods have better tuning. So what makes sense for something with a body? Body, yada, 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 yada. Focus. I have... I could give them the brace reaction, but I like those being tied to tier, not to class. So let's see. You know what? I think I will make the ease off action, or like the ease off free action exclusive to the custom. And the way that I'm justifying this is the fact that, like, this is kind of like customs in player.
Brought a gross bug
what?
inside again.
No, did he let go of it, or does he still have a hold of it?
It's in a jar, but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Oh, nerds. Okay, keep her back for a little bit. I'm gonna finish this explanation, and then I'll be right in to help. Okay. Okay. So, as I was saying, the custom role is like you have a particularly high body score, which is part of what influences your drag bonus. Let me double check myself to make sure that I'm not talking shit. Yeah, that's the mechanic skill that influences drag. So that makes the most sense to me, because essentially this is just like somebody driving a big chunky car, taking their foot off the gas briefly. Okay, cool. That gives each class a unique action that they gain. And then that means that we can then give like specific classes, additional actions, and or like complications, just based on what's special about them. Cool. You know what? Okay, I do need to go take a break, but I'm gonna pause the music while I'm away and allow this to restart, because this is a fucking fantastic song from the B-side album of Paradise Killer. It's a little weird not to have the lyrics in it, but yeah, again, I'm just gonna let this one restart when we come back, okay? Alright, let's go make sure nobody eats a bug. Alrighty, we are back. Hello, Circuit. You said hello just as soon as I was going to commercial, so I didn't have a chance to say hi. Hello. Now let's get back into some really good music, shall we? Yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hope TTRPG Tuesday is going well. You're grabbing some breakfast. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. What are you having for breakfast? And yes, it has been going well. Okay, don't need either of those. We don't need this one, I should say. Reactions. Do not have. Sausage egg casserole. Ooh, that sounds delicious. What in the world did my voice just do there? Let me double check myself because I want to make sure that unless they are tier 3, because tier 2 is overdrive, which is not a reaction. Alrighty, so now we're moving on to the next step, just talking about damage and heat, which again is going to be one of those things that, like, okay, yeah, no, this part straight up is just the same as Lancer. So this is going to be another one of those, copy what they've got and then make it our own where it needs to be. Oh, we found our first need to change because we don't do combat here. All right, and then, oh, this is a lot. This is okay. I'm gonna try copying and pasting from the book. I fully expected... No. No, hang on. It's gonna go badly if I try to do that. We have... Ugh. Dang it. There we go. Again, we're just gonna copy and modify as need be. Like, dice is not the singular of dice. Plus, they don't really deal damage because, again, combat's not a thing in this game. Yep, nope, I'm just doing straight copies. Don't start editing yet. It's both the blessing and boon of working from an existing system license, because, like, theoretically, I could just copy a lot of this stuff straight off the top and be okay, but I don't want to do that. There are enough major differences between the two games that it feels better to do, at the very least, slight rewrites, but copying the text over and then working from that in the same document is a little bit better for my workflow. Uh. Okay, I don't think that last one is going to be true at all. Okay, that's everything until tears. So, we can get rid of that. Oh. I had to check on food. What was the song during the ad break? I need it, okay, so, Valdaris, have you played Paradise Killer? The fact that you're asking that question tells me you have not played Paradise Killer. You need to play Paradise Killer. That song was off of the B-side. It is the opening theme, or like the main theme of the game, minus the lyrics. So please, please, please get both the main soundtrack as well as the B-side soundtrack for Paradise Killer. And again, if you have not played that game, oh my goodness, it is so good. Caster will back me up on that. Although I am absolutely one of those people who, like, I do my best not to make that game my entire fucking personality. It is a visual novel style deduction and detective game set in a world where the gods explicitly and directly exist, and you are tasked with as what I can only describe as a demigod in investigating the murder of one or more other demigods who are supposed to be immortal. Holy moly, is it a good game. Holy moly. Just the vibes are immaculate. The style is great. Everybody is written incredibly well. I would say it's the strongest, or it's some of the strongest eldritch horror I've experienced in modern media, despite not looking like eldritch horror on the surface. Because you definitely interact with things that are well beyond the mortal ken, as it were. And woof, is it heavy. And there was a specific moment, and Caster, I don't know if I've mentioned this to you yet, but like, the very moment that the game became important to me was the moment that I walked into the main temple and saw what they'd done inside the main temple. And it went from, okay, this is a lighthearted and like, oh, they put some really decent thought into this world, to everyone here is a villain and it is my job to root them out. And woof, that was an experience. Oh, that was a visceral experience, and I cannot say anything more than that without spoiling what happens and what you find there. Yeah. Like, I found that underground place behind the bar pretty early on, and that was pretty gnarly, but like, that still felt in line for like what we were facing off against there. The inside of that temple, though, told me everything I needed to know about the society that had been created on that island, and to make me viscerally dislike everyone involved in it. Okay, so damage and heat are slightly streamlined. I'm not even going to say slightly, are streamlined for NPCs. This is because there tend to be more NPCs than PCs in any given race, all of whom the GM has to keep track of. Weird that like, let me check that. I'm pretty sure the second of wasn't included in the Lancer book. Nope. Okay, so that's just a typo on their behalf. are the vast majority of NPCs. This is because there tend to be more NPCs than PCs in any given race. All of whom the GM. Okay, thank you. Got it on the list. I'll try to remember to check it out when I got money again. It's one of the I won't say it's an old game, but it is like it did come out a few, like, oh goodness, 2018, 2020, I want to say. And so it goes on sale all the time. The group behind it just released earlier this year a new game called Promise Mascot Agency. And in my opinion, they knocked it out of the park again, although in a completely different genre and style this time. So whereas Paradise Killer is like very much eldritch horror and detective stuff, Promise Mascot Agency is an absurdist Yakuza film that you get to play through. It's very good. Definitely check out Paradise Killer first, and although they both play very, very differently. But Paradise Killer is definitely the bigger cultural touchstone. But if you like Yakuza films, you will absolutely love Paradise Killer as well. Okay, so damage and heat are streamlined for the vast majority of NPCs. This is because they tend to be more NPCs than PCs in any given race. I'm going to say in many races. All of whom the GM has to keep track of. Making all of them as complex as player characters would thus slow things down considerably. Right, you should step away from the evening. Good to get some co-working done with you. Thank you very much. I'm always happy to have you here. Because, yeah, I love working with you on TTRPG stuff and other things. It's just always so fun. Have a good evening, caster. Oh, you know what? Let me give you a shout out, because I meant to do that earlier and just completely beefed it. Shout out the Neon Caster. Up. Everybody go give Caster a follow. They produce a lot of good material, both in like playing through games as a duo with Raffy the Owl, and in TTRPG space, and just on their own. Just all around great creator. And I don't feel like I need to include this clause at the end, because we've already kind of stated that through the early parts of this. Let's see. The following special rules apply unless otherwise specified. NPCs only have one structure and are out of the race when they reach 0 HP. NPCs with additional structure follow the standard rules for structure damage. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. NPCs, yeah. We don't have combat in the game, so I can get rid of that. Did I ever add criticals? I considered adding criticals. Okay. So I didn't add a critical tag or special effect to anything. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this. Leave myself a note that it might need to be added back in. There we go. Okay. Some NPCs have a heat cap. By default, I think I'm just going to have all NPCs have a heat cap. Because we don't have, like, ground troops or anything like in Lancers. We have one stress. Okay, and then exposed. Ooh, did we do something other than that for our conditions? Okay, so instead of gaining and become exposed, I'm gonna have them shut down automatically when they overheat. Because when you shut down, you clear all of the heat at the start of your next turn, but then have to spend a full action to start back up again. So that makes sense to me. Thank you very much for the hydrate reminder. I have not hydrated in a while. Oh, thank you very much for the coin toss. You know what? No, let's end our out of the race. When they exceed their heat cap, instead of making an overheating check. NPCs with additional stress follow the standard rules for overheating. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't make it too different. That's just going to make people confused and have to check more rules. Coin sounded like some dang Pokemon sound effect. So I want to say the coin sound effect is actually from Advance Wars? Give me a moment, I can double check that. Stream audio. Nope. That's not the one. Where did I put my audio for my redeems? Hmm. Okay, now I'm just confused, because where did I put those? Wait, yeah, it is from Advanced Wars. So the cha-ching is from when you gain currency in Advanced Wars, and then let's see, I edited that together, so okay, yeah, and then the coin sound is something else. GBA sounds close enough in your brains. A lot of those have blurred together. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I'm delaying. I am doing other things. Okay, so yeah, not giving them a special thing here instead, and just having them bow out of the race if they hit 1 stress makes sense to me. Plus, that's going to mean that a lot of like your basic NPCs are a lot more hesitant, which is kind of a part of the thing. Okay. All right, and so now we're on to describing the tiers. And this is a section that I was considering cutting. So like everything from tiers to system is stuff I was considering cutting. But maybe not. All right, you know what? I think that I am going to go ahead and call it here for the day. I just realized that we're way past 4 hours at this point. So I've been going for a little while longer than I really intended to go for, which explains why I'm starting to slow down a bit. I'm going to consider whether I want to keep these descriptions here or remove them before next week. Yeah. Because I may want to call these tiers instead of what Lancer describes as tiers. So I'm gonna read through what Lancer has and do some comparisons, and we'll figure that out before next time, okay? So let's head back over to the Just Chatting screen and figure out where I'm going to send you all off to. How about that? Alrighty, folks, thank you very much for stopping by, Weary Travelers. I hope you've enjoyed today's TTRPG Tuesday stream. I will be back this Friday, October 17th, to continue with the main story quest of Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. For more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern, where you can find announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. Let's see who is online for that. Yeah, it's always nice to hang out, Waldaris. I always appreciate having people here to talk to. Let's see. Ooh, let's see if the short is rateable today. Ooh, it looks like she's working on her model. She's doing something fun. The limitations of a tube studio. Well, let's go see if we can bother her. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, raid's gonna actually work this week. It looks like. So, have a good one, folks, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Mwah, bye.